Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Chitra ma'am, have you joined in? Some technical issue.
Am I audible?
Hello. Uh, Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Chitra ma'am, I can hear you.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, am I? Yes, but the voice is breaking in between.
Okay. Now?
Yes, ma'am. Now it is clear. Now you're audible.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so shall we start the session, ma'am?
We have a chat window available over here.
Yes, we do have. Ma'am.
Okay.
No, chat window I too don't see, ma'am.
Even I could not see. I just looked for it because if I could get a little info about the participants, then it will be easy to communicate with them, because otherwise then it becomes very monotonous. I have no idea about what the participants are expecting. So even in chat window, if they keep on dropping their views or any questions, then it will be easy to make it more interactive.
Yes.
But I don't see the feature here. If you can just see, if you can check where if it is available in this.
Yeah. Okay. Doctor, are you there? I'm just trying to see it on my another device.
Yes, please.
Some time.
Can you give me a rough idea about the participants who are aspirants for PhD? They are from which branches?
Ma'am, I am from computer science branch.
Okay. Others? I'm more interested in knowing the branch, so it becomes helpful.
Good evening, ma'am. So, I'm from
Good evening.
same CSE branch.
Okay. Anybody other than CSE?
Yes, ma'am. I'm from Fashion Management Department.
From which department?
Science and Humanity,
Science
English
and
literature.
humanity. Okay, okay.
Yeah, hi ma'am.
Hello.
I'm for accounting and finance.
Okay, so we have varied audience over here, like from social science to accounting to computer science. Fine, I just wanted to have that idea.
Ma'am,
Before starting today's session, no?
I'm
Yes?
from civil engineering.
Okay, civil engineering. See, I request all of you that while I'm going through the session, if in between also if you feel that okay we need to elaborate or you have any questions, so just raise your hand and the coordinator will pause me and he will ask, let you ask the question so that it becomes interactive and more examples come out the moment we start discussing. Your views also drops in and others also get to understand if there are any difficulties if you are facing, then we can discuss over the solutions also onto that. So that will be I think will be more beneficial to all of us also.
मैम ओनली आपका थोड़ा स्पीड अगर कम हो गया तो और अच्छा होगा.
हाँ, okay. No, actually that day I wanted to complete 2 topics. Then I understood that it's not possible. So I thought I'll pick up the speed. But then anyhow, still I could not cover up. So today I thought that rather than covering the topic, let me focus on more of interaction and let's go slow onto it so that we can have discussions onto it. So that way we will focus. Now, before starting today's session, a few of you had requested for the books. So I'll first share my screen and let you know some books, particularly in the subject of computer science. And again, I just took, I knew some books in physics, so I have listed out those books. So I'll just flash those books, list of books first. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Now it's visible.
Yeah. One book in research methods for computer science, a guide for research students and researchers. This book will help you to cover various research techniques that are particularly applicable in computer science. It also includes literature review, certain experimentations, how they should be performed, various case studies and surveys are also there. Also, it will give you idea about how to write research papers and presenting research findings. So a very good book for research methodology in computer science. Another one is also research methodology in computer science, a guide for improving research by Herbert Jordan and Louis Jordan. So this is also one of the good book. If you can get these books, this will help you a lot, particularly in the subject of others can also use because today we see that whatever research we carry out, we take help of computer science tools. So if you're using tools from computer tools or softwares or taking data science kind of approach in your research methodology, then in that case also these books will be very useful. So other books that are there like Research Method, Design and Analysis by Larry and Bardley, The Craft of Research by Vanny and Colum and Joseph, and doing good research in the real world. This is also a very good book wherein it covers various research methods as well as about the data collection technique specifically. It has got a coverage into it. Plus it also speaks on to the ethical considerations also. So if you can get these books and go through it with your problem statement in your mind, it will be very helpful for you to get benefit from this book. Also, when it comes to subject like physics, there are some very good books like Experimental Design and Statistics for Physics, then A Student's Guide to Research in Physics and Astronomy, and Physics by Inquiry, an Introduction to Physics and Physical Sciences. Is there anybody from physics here? Pursuing PhD in physics?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you can get these books, this will be very helpful to you. Like these are very good books, and the kind of approach that they have used in this is very, very. Means it will be a lot of helpful to you if you can get these books. Do you have these books with you? Any of this?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I don't have.
Okay, just check out for this. You can get this from our local market also. Second-hand books usually they are available in the market. So if you can get these books from ABC, I think you should get these books in ABC. All these books. Okay. So we'll start
Okay,
with the today's topic, that is quantitative and qualitative research. So any idea, can anybody tell what is quantitative and what is qualitative? First we'll see with what is quantitative. Can anybody tell what is quantitative research?
So the research based on the statistics and involving the statistics data known as the quantitative, such as doing the census counting or doing some kind of a quantitative.
So
And
in short, we'll say that when we are dealing with numbers specifically, then comes
correct,
the quantitative component over there. And
correct.
qualitative, can anybody tell what is
Qualitative
qualitative?
is same as when we are dealing
Quantitative
with the
means
structural data.
number of variables, to find out the number of
Yeah,
variables.
more like attributes.
Attributes, yes. Yes. Anybody else? Like suppose if you are looking at your
Related with
research, then when you are, if you say that you are doing qualitative research, so basically what you look as a qualitative one.
related
Okay,
with nature, emotions like this.
okay, good, yes,
Nature, such.
right. When we talk about quantitative research, it is based on measurement of quantity or amount. So we have certain numbers that come up from the measurements that we get, and then we apply certain techniques onto it to further evaluate our results or draw inferences from it. So it is applicable to the phenomenon that can be expressed in the terms of quantity, and later on when we go for this qualitative research, on the other hand, we see that it is related to the phenomenon that is involving a kind of quality or some kind of descriptive kinds of measures we come across with this. So quantitative and qualitative research, we see that these two are two different approaches which we use both in social science, other our computer sciences, market research, and various other fields. And you will see that this kind of research and more of the examples in the field of economics. Like people from economics, they make a varied use of this kind of approaches with both mixed approach of this quantitative and qualitative research also. When we talk about quantitative and qualitative research, we have to understand that they differ both in the methodology, the data collection techniques, and the type of insight they are providing to us. So if we take our research problem and we decide to apply quantitative measures, then the methodology, data collection techniques will be different. And if you look for qualitative, again the methodology and data collection techniques will be different. Usually whenever we look at the quantitative research, the volume of data is large, maybe in thousands, or again if you are doing research into big data, the volume can be millions of records also. But when we talk about qualitative research, maybe it can be small number, often not more than 3-digit number evaluations you can go with the kind of qualitative kind of research. And also the insights that we draw, whenever we go for the qualitative research, the perspective of the researchers matters over there, whereas in quantitative, whatever the facts you gather over from the data that you have collected, that defines the outcome of the research in this case. So quantitative research, it is something which involves collection and analysis of numerical data, and this numerical data which is collected through whatever data collection process or analysis that you're doing, it aims to quantify relationship, patterns and trends in a systematic and statistical manner. As one of the participant very rightly answered that we look out for the statistical way of quantifying the data over there. So yes, it looks for the quantifying the relationship, patterns and trends into the data. This type of research relies on structured data collection. See, when we say structured data collection means we follow a standard procedure for data collection. It is not that I will go and start taking some random samples and start working onto it. Sampling may be a different approach, but when it comes to collecting data, we need to have a structured approach that yes, we have collected this 1,000 records. From this 1,000 records, whatever has been collected, I have taken a structured approach for data collection. And from now this 1,000 data or records that I have collected, I can take samples out of it and do further analysis onto it. So that becomes a different approach, but data collection approach has to be structured. You need to follow certain procedures. We'll see in data collection that how we proceed for that. So it has to be a structured approach for quantitative research. Now we'll take one example, because in this earlier definition we have seen here that just a minute. Just take a see here we have seen quantifying relationship, patterns and trend. So with the example in the next slide, we will try to understand that what we mean by quantifying the relationship, patterns and trends over there. Suppose we have a research question in front of us, that is there a quantifiable relationship between the number of CPU cores and the execution time of a parallel algorithm? Now here the problem statement is very simple. For those who are not from computer background, I'll just explain what we are trying to do here. When we say that we are processing some information into the computer, we make use of CPU cores. This CPU cores defines the processing time of your system. The more the CPU cores and how effectively you apply the algorithms to utilize the CPU cores, the efficiency of your algorithm, the system increases over here. So our job over here is to understand that how we are going to implement parallel algorithm on the computer system with varying number of CPU cores. Now, even though it is a problem statement related to computer science, but tomorrow, even if you are from any other field and you have huge amount of data, and you are working onto that data. For example, somebody from social science is trying to study the impact of a political statement made onto Twitter, and you want to analyze all those tweets over there. Then you can think the volume of data that you will be capturing and analyzing that statement to come to certain conclusion. So at that time, you have to think about the the CPU cores that might be available for you, or the system that you will be utilizing for processing. So considering that, I have taken this simple example over here. Now to understand what is parallel algorithm, I'll just give one small example. Suppose if I want to do addition of two numbers, then what I will do, I will take one number A, another number B, and I'll say C is equal to A plus B. The thing is very simple. My CPU will require one simple operation plus A plus B, and the things will work out for me. Now think about, I am having 10 numbers and I want to do the addition of those 10 numbers. Now the process is same, addition of two numbers, but my numbers have scaled up. It has scaled up from two numbers to 10 numbers. Okay, my system will also do it in fraction of seconds. Now this volume scales up. I want to do addition of 1,000 numbers or say 10,000 numbers. Now at this time, if I want to make effective utilization of my resources, I have multiple CPU cores with me, then I will make use of parallel algorithm, where I will do division of my entire data set. Suppose if I have 1,000 numbers to be added, then I will make chunks of 200, 5 such chunks and give to 5 CPUs. and they will do the addition, and then I'll integrate the results over there. So this is one simple example how this parallel algorithms work. Now our research question is there a quantifiable relationship between the number of CPU cores and execution time of a parallel algorithm? If we want to study this, we want to have an experimental setup which is going to quantify this relationship between the CPU cores and the implementation of the parallel algorithm. So what is our expected outcome in this particular example? That we have to find out if there is a quantifiable relationship. The study may find that increase in number of CPU cores reduces the execution time of the parallel algorithm, indicating a positive correlation between the two variables. Now, always whenever we talk about two variables, one will be always a dependent variable and another will be an independent variable. So we may also talk about the correlation between the variables also. Whenever we talk about correlation between the variables, then there are lot many things which we need to take a decision upon. Like if I look at variable x and y, and if I say the two variables are strongly correlated or weakly correlated, then that defines that how strong and how weak these variables are related. If I say that the variable is positively correlated or negatively correlated, then what it means? So we can have different types into strong positive correlation, strong negative correlation, weak positive correlation, weak negative correlation. So likewise we may have different kind of correlation, and this results, when we get the outcome of the experiment, when we perform, we will be able to fit the correlation of the implementing a parallel algorithm with varying number of CPU cores in any of this. Now in this we are saying that it is indicate that suppose the expected outcome is, our general understanding is that if the CPU cores are increased, the parallel algorithm, the implementation of the parallel algorithm shows that it will be more effective. This is what we are having an idea about the expected outcome. So when this problem statement is taken, we just saw that how we are going to look at this entire problem statement in terms of the definition what we saw over here, that is quantifying relationship, patterns and trend. So when we talk about quantifying relationship, here in this example we said about the correlation between the two variables, and when we talk about trends and patterns, then we will start identifying trends in respect to what, or patterns in respect to what. So one factor that we can consider over here is the execution time trend. So what we can do, whatever the data that has been collected by the researcher, he can observe the trend in the execution time as the number of CPU cores increases. So quantifying, when we say we are doing quantitative measurements, means one thing that we are doing is that identify the patterns between the variables that are associated. Now always only just identifying the relationship between the two variables is not sufficient for us, but we also need to comment on the optimal utility of a particular set of variables that we are focusing on. So in this case the researcher can analyze to identify what is the optimal number of CPU cores that yield the best performance in terms of execution time. Often we come across the concept of trade-off, that whenever we take two variables, it is not necessary you just keep on increasing the things and then you say that yes, the more we do it, the better we get the result. Not always every resources that we are going to put in, it is going to come with the set of cost, and not always increasing the resources will be fruitful for that experiment that we are conducting. So every researcher has an objective that how he is going to get the optimal outcome out of it, and this optimal requirement or the optimal identification of the variables involved into that particular research problem or research question is very important over here. Another thing is that scaling efficiency. Here we can say that the moment we talk about scaling, for how well that algorithm is being utilized by adding more and more CPUs, at one point of time, it is also possible that the patterns are such that it will show that it is giving you a diminishing return. So where adding more cores provides the diminishing improvement in the execution time, that can be observed over there. So let us take one example and understand that how the things work over here, which will also help us to understand that while we are talking about the patterns and trends, we are also trying to observe the outliers and anomalies also, because these patterns and trends are going to help us understand that how the anomalies or outliers in the system can be detected. So in this example, suppose if we say the number of CPU cores, you start your experiment with one CPU core, then you increase it to 2, then execution time you observe, even if you keep it to next time, but maybe your execution time may vary over there, because we keep, yesterday we saw that we will do parallel runs also, or we'll give it to different people to execute, different groups to execute, and then observe the results. So here we see number of CPU cores and the execution time for it, and we observe that there can be certain outliers. Well, in this case, we can see this number 25 is an outlier over here, and why it is an outlier, now that will be the part of your study. So when we talk about patterns and trends, in this example, a simple scatter plot is helping you how to understand the outliers, and now it is your objective that you have to understand why this outlier is there. I'll take one more example, like usually most of the people I see, they do study into and understanding the patterns and trends into breast cancer data analysis. So while this study is being done, usually the lymph nodes are being considered over there, that what is the pattern of lymph nodes, so that will define that how severe the cancer is, and or also people may do research onto understanding the 5-year survival rate of the patient. So at that time also, you will see that at certain patients, you will see the lymph nodes may be in a range of 2 to 5. Certain patients, you will see that they are exceeding 15 to 20 number also. So if are you going to consider it as an anomaly or outlier into your data? Because when you look at this outliers and anomaly in your research, you have to take action on taking a decision whether you will continue with this outliers and anomaly, you are going to fix certain measures either to eliminate those outliers so that you can have a fine data over there. Now in this case, probably 1 or 2 cases, if the outlier is there and if you remove that data and then you start further processing, that may work out. But in example of breast cancer data analysis, if you say that I will remove that high number of lymph node indicators, then that may not be a right decision, because that is actually contributing to the overall results that you will be getting from your data. So when we observe patterns and trends, and when you're processing your data, initially while your quantitative measures are being applied onto the data that you are trying to process, this has got a lot of impact onto your final results, because if you're doing statistical measures, these outliers are going to change your entire measure of central tendency over there, and that is going to impact the overall result. For example, if I say that one student of my college got a package of 30 lakhs, and then I'll keep that 30 lakhs as one of the figure in the measure of central tendency, and then and where I say I am applying mean rather than median, then in that case I am diluting the actual picture of the placement over there, because others might have got package of hardly 4 or 5 lakhs, but now I'm adding 1 or 2 students who got 30 lakhs over there. So how we are going to project the picture? The moment you have this quantitative analysis and the visualization of this patterns and trends in front of you, immediately come to know that what actions are required. Now, the key features of quantitative research, they include first, the objective and standardization of the data. So quantitative research focuses on collecting data in standardized and objective manner, typically through surveys, experiments, or structured observation. If you yourself are the source of the data, that you have decided for my research I will collect the data. Then how you are going to conduct the surveys, how you are going to set up the experiment if it is related to subjects like physics and chemistry, how your structured observations are going to be captured. This entire thing has to be planned in advance. You have to again take expert reviews, or you have to follow guidelines by other people in the same area before you set this objective. And then next is the large sample size. As I told you that while we are dealing with quantitative research, we deal with large sample size. Now today we see that in our participants also, most of those participants are from the computer science background. And if they're doing any research, definitely with the internet reaching almost everybody who is using smartphone today, he or she is generating a huge amount of data. And yes, whatever results that you are creating, or whatever the research you are going ahead with, somewhere the component of data science or artificial intelligence or machine learning will be related to it. And when we look at the thing that is being worked out, this experiments demand that this quantitative research requires a large sample size to justify the outcomes of your research. And when this large number of participants are coming in, then how you are going to ensure statistical validity, and as we saw yesterday, generalizability of the findings, that matters over there. Because when we see the word generalizability, we saw yesterday that we are talking in terms of applying it to the large population by conducting the study on a small set of samples over there. Now, to understand a large sample size in terms of, say, computers or internet generated data, let us consider some organization or company like Amazon, which has got millions of users. Most of you might be having your Amazon app onto your mobile, and you are doing certain transactions onto it. And consider likewise, so many users across the world are doing the transaction, and the amount or the volume of data that is being generated is a huge volume of data. Now think about that. You have a big research team into the company where such huge volume of data is being generated, and today now you decide that you want to launch a discount for into that particular system. So it will require a lot of research into it. That suppose if I am launching a discount in my organization, suppose it might be a front page news onto a leading newspaper, and in that it says that we are offering 35% of discount. Now always remember that nobody is going to do business for losses. So if 35% of discount is to be given, then from where does the CEO of that organization decides that he will give you 35% of discount? Lot of data science is being done at the back end. Lot of research will be done on large sample sizes of data over there. What we call today is the big data, and from that we are trying to extract the information that yes, giving 35% of discount is still going to fetch more than 30% of profit margin into the for the organization. So these are the practical applications we see of the quantitative researches that are being applied into the real life. Then is the statistical analysis. Again, whatever the data we have, we are definitely going to apply the statistical analysis onto it, which will include descriptive statistics, inferential correlation analysis, regression analysis, and all those. So if time permits, I will show you when we see about the data. I'll just try to give small examples about how we do this regression analysis and how it impacts over there. If you all are interested, I'll show you a very small example, but that will help you to apply regression onto your systems or on your data also. Then another key feature of quantitative research includes numerical results. So whatever results you get, you might represent that data into the form of tables, charts, graphs, or statistical measures. While you are writing your research paper, it is very important that what mode of presentation of those numerical results that you are going to select. The more readable reliability you bring in into your data, the more effective it will be to put into your papers and create attraction for the readers to read that data. So examples of quantitative research again may include surveys with closed end questions, experiment with control groups, and statistical analysis of large data set. So like we just try to understand that briefly, that what is quantitative research. Anybody having any questions till here? Any question on quantitative research? I guess no. We'll go to qualitative research. Qualitative research focuses on understanding the complexities of human behavior, experiences, and social phenomenon. So it aims in-depth understanding of people's perspective, motivation, and social interaction. So it is that let it be any technical research, but let it be a non-technical research. Always you will see that you cannot escape the human aspect into it, and this human aspect, when it comes to be measured, then in that case this qualitative way of a research approach becomes more useful to us. So qualitative research relies on non-numerical data such as words, images, or observation, which employ techniques to analyze and interpret this data. Just like we saw the key features of the qualitative research, quantitative research, some of the key features of the qualitative research includes like subjective and context specific data. So when we say we are going for subjective and context specific data, so basically what we are looking for, we are looking for qualitative research that gathers data through methods such as interviews. Then you may have focus groups. You can have discussions with the focus groups and try to gather information into it. You may have one-to-one interviews being conducted. You may have your own ways of observations, and from those observations you can come with certain descriptions for that context specific data. You also may go through the documentary analysis to understand that how the qualitative features from that for that particular research can be gathered. So all this features, they contribute to how we are going to gather data for the qualitative research. So these methods are going to help the researcher to explore participants' viewpoint, experiences, and the social and cultural context in which they occur. Now, if you want to say that you want to conduct interviews today in online mode, it is very much possible for you to conduct the interview. But while you are conducting the interview, while you are interviewing a particular set of person, that justification, that backend documentation you have to create there. Your interview questions has to be well defined. Your interview questions should be such that you are not moving away from your research objective, and you are getting apt answers towards the questions that you are expecting. More than survey results or answers that you get from interviews are very useful, because you are doing one-to-one interaction, and it is possible for you to explain your perspective to the individual over there. So if your perspective is understood over there, then the person who is being interviewed may contribute more and more inputs to the questionnaire that you have with you. Also, while you're interviewing, you have to understand, like we saw in yesterday's slides, that ethical considerations has to be done. Sometimes the person who is being interviewed may not like certain things to be disclosed. So while you are preparing your form for interview or your data collection system for conducting the interviews, how you can store certain information in encrypted form, which will be used only by you, and you will not be exposing it with the name of the individual over there. For example, again, in one of the research problem which one of the student was discussing with me, I came across that she was designing a survey form wherein she was looking for understanding that how this lifestyle affects the health of individual, particularly women today. They face a lot of problems due to while they are trying to balance between the work life and their lifestyle is being affected, and how this lifestyle diseases are to be understood in that context. When she was studying it, she found one problem that women who do smoking, they don't want that into their form. It should be registered that they do smoking. So even if they are doing smoking, they used to tick no over there. So now see the challenges that you see in this kind of thing, that you are collecting the data, but now they don't want to disclose it that they are smoking. So while they are submitting the form, they may accept it that yes, we are doing it, but they are not reporting that. So while you do interviews, these things can be captured, they can be noted, and then they can be taken into account with your qualitative research aspect. Focus group today, again with the help of various forums, it is very much possible for us to have this focus group. But while you're taking the observations from the focus group, you have to ensure that you have a proper registered account, and that data that you have collected through that focus group, you are able to produce it to the reviewer when you present your research over there. So these insights will be very much helpful for you to defend your viva when you do your PhD submissions, and you maintain a proper track record of all the discussions that have taken among the focus group. Also, you can have discussions in the offline group, then in that also certain standard procedures need to be followed, so that you capture the inputs that have been generated out of this focus groups. So observations, we understand. Document analysis, you can have several documents that you can go through and perform analysis, and then you come with your own understanding to be produced over there. As we started, I said that we deal with small sample size when it comes to qualitative research. So qualitative research often involves smaller sample size whenever we compare it with to the quantitative research. So what basically we mean, we have a large population and we just take a small sample of it, and based on that sampling, we are trying to give the generalized idea about the larger population over there. Then another important analysis that we do using qualitative research is the inductive analysis. When we say inductive analysis, we say that we are looking into the techniques such as thematic analysis, content analysis, or grounded theory. So when we say we are doing thematic analysis, basically what we mean by thematic analysis, it is actually identifying and analyzing patterns or themes within a data set. So with the help of example, let us understand what we mean by thematic analysis. Anybody over here has heard about this thematic analysis? Just say yes or no, at least I'll come to know that you are listening to me.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Okay,
No.
see, thematic, the word itself tells us that it is theme based. Now, let us take one example and then try to understand that how we are going to perform thematic analysis onto this. Now, our research topic, suppose it is like we are exploring the experience of individuals transitioning to remote work during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, this experiences we want to capture. In thematic analysis, what will be our objective? Our objective will be that those who all were involved into the remote work, and like earlier they were doing office based offline work, and now they have moved on to the remote work. So what is their experience? And these experiences, when we are trying to capture under certain heads, these heads will be termed as the themes associated with this particular research topic. For example, adaptation and flexibility. You want to comment on how one could adapt or how flexible it was for an individual to transit from offline to a remote kind of, from an office based work to a remote kind of environment. Another can be communication challenges. So if we are doing it today also, if we would have been together into a classroom, maybe the discussions, examples would have been different. I would be able to see your face expression. The attention span that is required is very good into an offline class, whereas in online, if somebody knocks your door or somebody is there with any excuse, even if you want to pay attention, you will get distracted. So there are a lot many such communication challenges that we see over here. Like if I want to know your expression, I have to wait for your responses. But in a classroom, even if you do not speak, your faces itself will be communicating something to me, that yes, whether you are following it or not following it. So these are the things. Again, productivity and distractions. So when we look at this part, like adaptation and flexibility, communication challenges, productivity and distraction, these will be termed as the themes. And when we start analyzing these themes, that is the researcher, when he looks for the patterns and themes that are emerging out of the problem statement that we have generated, we do analysis of it, and it will be termed as a thematic analysis. Is it clear to everybody? So when you have your research topic, to that research topic, what themes are associated and how you do the analysis of those themes tells us that you are performing thematic analysis onto it. So generally this and you perform them with your then you can use different tools for doing that, what best suits for that particular. Once your that data is been for that themes is been collected, next your job will be in qualitative research is to have a narrative or a descriptive reporting for that. So when we talk about narrative or descriptive reporting, basically we are looking at the results that will be represented in the form of, say, some statements, quotes, or a description that is able to capture the essence of the participants' experience and perspective. So basically, you will be giving the findings on each of the themes. Then you will be commenting on to the limitations and hello, any doubt? We'll be commenting on to the limitations and conclusions, and we also give a light on the future work that can be done in this. For example, in the same exam case, like for the remote work based experiences, whatever the findings we have gathered across the themes, we may find certain limitations and conclusions. And now we also want to comment on to the future work. Now here I have taken one example, because often when we want to comment on future work, how we should proceed, that is a again a question mark to most of the researchers initial, at least in the initial phase. So I'll just explain you with the help of this example. Like in the same example, if I say that the future research could explore the experiences of individuals in different industries, geographical locations, and with varying remote work arrangement. Now, yesterday when I was telling you that we will be dealing with, whenever we deal with the research problem, we have to understand that we have to set our assumptions. So now when I am proposing my future work, I am bringing into picture my assumptions. I think there's somebody whose mic got unmute, and it's creating a disturbance in the environment. Coordinator, can you just mute the participant over there?
You are mute. Ma'am, you are mute. Ma'am, you are not audible.
I think in between when some they go to mute, then they might be the coordinator is muting all, so I also get mute in that case. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Just when you mute all, no, ensure that I get unmute again. So other I will not, because I'm using one single screen and I'm on the full presentation mode over here. So I will not come to know that whether I have got mute or unmute. Just please take care of it. Now you are able to understand this, what we are
Ma'am, a
trying to
quick
tell in
question.
this. Yes, please.
Ma'am, do you mean that the thematic analysis, these are the variables of qualitative research we can consider like that?
You can consider them as we call it as theme rather than variables. That across that theme, because they are going to be descriptive in nature, no? So we call them themes rather
Okay.
than variables. Okay. So that is why the
Okay.
term thematic analysis. Okay.
Thank you.
So you're getting that when you are proposing your future work, your assumptions or limitations will be taken into consideration, and then you will be trying to tell other researchers that okay, I have worked onto this limited set of version. Now you can explore this for more onto different geographical locations or with varying remote work arrangements and so on. Additionally, in the same example, you can state that investigating the long-term effects of remote work and identifying best practices for maximizing remote work effectiveness would be valuable avenues for further exploration. So in your research now you are keeping a scope that okay, initially people might find it very difficult to work into a remote work environment, but then if certain best practices can be deployed, then that may increase the effectiveness of the way. Then what can be this best practices? Then you do research onto that, you again collect certain data onto that, and then you conclude okay, these are the best practices, or you must have proposed best practices, whether they are suitable into other work environments. That research can also be analyzed. So if you are choosing your problem statement, again as I told yesterday, that you just focus on the future work proposed by the current researchers, so you will get an idea that okay, they have worked under this controlled environment or variables, and now you are going to work under what environments. So even if you're talking about qualitative research, then you can explore different themes which otherwise the previous researchers must have not taken into consideration. So that will also add on to the kind of overall conclusions that you are trying to bring in that particular set of research problems or research area. So when we say qualitative research, we can have various ethnographic studies, case studies, interviews, exploring personal experiences, content analysis of text or visual materials. And we can see that whenever we talk about quantitative and qualitative approaches, they complement each other, and we can think about how you can take advantage of the mixed approaches for solving your research problem. Now, when we talk about quantitative and qualitative research, there is a concept of measurement involved into that. So let us understand that what we mean by this concept of measurement. In quantitative research, the concept of measurement is essential as it involves the collection and analysis of numerical data. And here, the measurement refers to the process of assigning numbers to objects, events, or phenomena to represent specific characteristics of the attributes. So again, at the start, few of you answered very rightly that we are looking out for assigning the numbers, or to then when it comes to assigning numbers, we are assigning number across certain objects, so which you can very simply term as certain set of variables you are looking across. So it enables a researcher to quantify variables and establish a relationship between them. Again, if we have x as our independent variable and y as our dependent variable, then our function f of x, how it is going to help us to how it is able to help us understand the relationship between x and y. So if I say, let me take the example of linear equation, then in linear equation my function f of x, if I take one single variable, then it will be ax plus b. So then in that a will be the coefficient associated with the variable x and b will be the bias associated with my data. So the moment we get into quantitative research, we start quantifying all these variables of our interest. So what are the key aspects again that are related to the concept of measurement in quantitative research? We'll just give a quick look to that. We talk about variables. Variables, these are those that will be helping you to measure certain quantifiable attributes of the problem in your research. Now, while we talk about variables, and particularly if you're doing your data processing with the help of computers, manually if you're doing, you will definitely take care of it, but that will be working only onto small amount of data. But if you're doing all this with the help of computer tools, very first thing that comes in front of you is that when you look at your data, try to understand that whether the data is quantitative in nature or quality, or rather than using the word quantitative, because here we are talking about quantitative as such, whether your data is numerical, like across age you have a number over there, across height you have the height number over there, or whether it is categorical. Like if I say gender, in gender I may have data male or female, or I can represent it in the form of 0 or 1, and I want to represent say educational level. So we may, like we see today in our NEP program, we have well defined levels like from 4, 4.5, 5, and like this. Or you can see whether you are an Indian national, so you want to say capture data in the form of yes or no, so or 0 or 1. So this becomes categorical data. When you look your entire data set that is made available for analysis, your data set may contain certain variables which are quantitative or numerical in nature. In categorical also, I am converting my data in the form of numbers only. 0, 1 when I am saying, then it is a number, but basically it is defining a category. That yes, 0 means this, 1 means this. It is defining 0 is a male, 1 is female. That way I'm trying to define it. But actually these are not numbers. These are the categories that are being represented. Now consider that you have a table in front of you, and in that table you have collection of both numerical and categorical variables, and now you are analyzing that data. Whenever you give such kind of data to the system, you need to understand that you need to perform scaling, standard scaling onto the data. Because if you take data into quantitative and categorical data together and start trying to comment onto the outcome of the overall analysis, probably you may make mistake into that, and you may conclude wrong results regarding your research. So first of all, you have to understand that when you take these variables which are of mixed nature into your overall data set, you need to do standardization of the data. Standardization of the data means you are taking all the data onto the common scale, and then you are analyzing that data. So in computers, if you are from the computer background, you must have heard about standard scalar techniques, normalizations being applied onto the data. So this is very important while you are dealing with variables, because you have to understand that when it comes to research, you need to do certain comparisons, and when these comparisons are taken into a conclusive result, you have to compare apples with apples and oranges with oranges. You cannot compare apples with oranges, and this mistake happens when you have a mixed sort of data, and this needs to be treated very aptly in your before you start producing results or outcomes of your results. So in quantitative research, variables are typically measured onto the numerical scale. So when we say onto the numerical scale, we mean that we have certain measures depending upon the type of variable that is being utilized over there. So that action has to be very properly understood in your pre-processing of the data set. Then in operationalization, you are going to define the process. Basically, when we talk about operationalization, you are defining and translating abstract constructs into the measurable variables. Now here, abstract concepts, when we talk about it, has got a very deep meaning over here, because you are trying to capture some information in the form of real world entity which can be at abstract level. And now when you want to transfer this information or this abstract level information to the tools or the computer based system, then how you are capturing that from abstract level concept to a measurable variable, that has to be done very properly. It has to be understood what are the ways and means to translate it into the measurable form, has to be very clearly defined. It involves specifying the indicators of measurement that represent concept of interest. For example, if the concept of interest is happiness, researcher may operationalize it by using a scale that asks the participant to rate their level of happiness on a scale from 1 to 5. Like if I am in front of you and we are discussing on one particular topic, and you want to judge how happy I am with this topic with me, probably from my expression or my smile you can rate it in your mind. Okay, she seems quite happy in discussing this points, or she did not like this point to be discussed. You can come to the conclusion. But when you have to capture this, then this capturing has to be done on certain scale. So when we are talking about concept of measurement in quantitative research, when it comes to operationalization, you have to define the scale over there, and that definition of the scale has to be very very clear. Like if I say very happy or strongly agree, strongly disagree, so what portion, what percentage of a particular parameter is going to decide that whether it is strongly agree, strongly disagree, on what basis, that needs to be justified. That scale has to be identified, and then it has to be distributed to the participants, because then you will be able to take it to the different to the level of descriptive conclusions of your research later on. Then scale of measurement. Quantitative research utilizes different scales of measurement which determine the mathematical properties and statistical analysis that can be applied to the data. The commonly used scales of measurements include nominal scale, ordinal scale, interval scale, ratio scale. So I think most of you might be aware about these scales, that whenever any data that comes in front of you and you say that you are going to define a scale of measurement for this, then this scale usually it lies in between this nominal or it can be a nominal, ordinal, interval or ratio scale. So depending upon the type of your data, you take a decision onto it. Like in this case, if we say that you want to tell whether the person is married or not married, then you understand that yes, it is a categorical data and there is no inherent order into it. Whether I say for 0 it is married and for 1 it is unmarried, or 1 it is married or 0 is unmarried, so it is not going to have any as such order into it. But when I say that I want to rate something onto a scale, whether I strongly agree to strongly disagree. So if I take it on a scale of 5, then there has to be a proper flow. Like I cannot say that my 0 means I strongly disagree and my 1 means my strongly agree, then my 2 means I fairly agree, like this. No, it has to be into the order of the either ascending or descending order depending upon the problem statement. Also, when we talk about the interval scales, equal interval between the categories but no meaningful 0 point. For example, when we talk about setting up temperature in Celsius or Fahrenheit, that we take care of. Then we look out for the ratio scales with a meaningful 0 point, that is in case of height and weight or income, this kind of examples. So while we discuss with the qualitative and quantitative measures, we see that basically we may have a discrete data, we may have a continuous kind of data, and again both where maybe in quantitative as well as in qualitative we may also come across this nominal, ordinal, interval and ratio scales over there for measurements. Again, while we are dealing with the quantitative research, in short, we saw at the beginning that data collection matters over there. So quantitative research collects data through structured methods. So this experiments, all experiments, surveys or observations, they will be properly considered over there. Standard instrumentation or questionnaires, if they are there, they should be properly placed, and consistency in data collection should be followed. It should not be that at the first pre-phase of your research you are doing data collection in a different way, and later on you change the way. Then if you are changing it, then why you are changing it? Because the moment the consistency changes, the way the responses come in while collecting the data may also change, and how that may impact your actual research findings. Again, we apply both statistical analysis into it, which will include descriptive statistics. That is, you go for a measure of central tendency, you can go for a measure of spread, you can go for identifying whether the kurtosis is being applied or not. All these things you can check into it. You can have inferential statistics, like you do t-test, you perform regression analysis. In most of the researches, if you have your hypothesis set, then you need to perform hypothesis testing for your data. All these things you need to work out into your quantitative measures. So as many examples we see, it will be very less to understand, because every research will have this quantitative way of measurement into it, and you have to understand that your correct data, proper pre-processing of the data, and then drawing proper inferences from the statistical results that are being generated is very important. Often most of us may not be having experience to deal with statistics, but then I will suggest that you might be having statistics department, your friends from maths or statistics. Always take your results to them, you discuss with them, this is what I have drawn, this is way I am trying to comment on my correlation, or this is how I'm making comments onto the regression analysis that is being done. So if you are not from stats or math background, at least whatever results will come, and if you are giving it to the computer, it will process you and give everything in front of you. But then when these results are in front of you, how you are interpreting that, if it is wrongly interpreted, your results are correct but you are wrongly interpreting it, then that makes no sense. So if you are not from the background of statistics, then you definitely should approach people who are from statistics. They'll help you to actually identify a greater insight, which otherwise you might have skipped from your lack of understanding of statistics. They may help you to understand that. So always feel free to connect with those people, and they will help you to understand in the results that you have obtained from your quantitative measures. So while we say that we are doing statistical analysis and then we are drawing inferences out of it. So basically what we are doing, we say that we have a large population with us. From this large population, we take random selection. In this random selection, now we have a sample out of that large population, on which we may perform certain sample mean, we may apply sample standard deviation, sample standard proportions, and the statistics can be used to draw inferences on the parameters which will help us to understand about the population mean, population standard deviation, and population standard proportion. So for a larger population, with the help of the samples, you are drawing inferences for the population as a whole. So they become the representative of it. Now, qualitative research, the concept of measurement. Whatever we saw till now, it was quantitative research, concept of measurement in that aspect. Now, when it comes to qualitative research, the measurement takes a different form as compared to the quantitative research. While quantitative research aims to assign numerical values or variables, qualitative research focuses on understanding and interpreting meanings, experiences, and social phenomena in holistic and context-dependent manner. So there you can have discussions and interpretations where you are trying to capture the richness and complexity and context-specific aspects of the data. You can apply various in-depth techniques like interviews, observations, document analysis, which we saw in the previous slide. You can have open-ended questions. Open-ended questions helps you to allow the participants to provide detailed and announced responses, and that from that you can get a lot of information, and that will be actual key input to your research findings. So in this, often while the participants they are expressing their thoughts and feelings, that will help you to develop a deeper understanding and perspective for you. Maybe when you start your research you might have some different perspectives, but then the moment you start going ahead with more and more participants in that particular research component, you will understand that it is actually changing the overall perspective, the way the problem statement was originally stated, and now you are moving ahead with it. So these also becomes a lot of good insights to the research while you are doing qualitative research, because here you are not static to the numbers, but you are moving into a very dynamic mode by gathering descriptive information and opinions, and then trying to relate it with your consideration. Always remember that perspective is one thing, but this perspectives can be defined with your prejudices. So as a researcher, when you move ahead, you try to understand that first of all you will try to create an exercise for yourself, that you keep aside your prejudices and then try to gain a perspective for your research problem. Then it will help you to go into the correct right direction where your qualitative research wants you to take. If you have your own prejudices, then that perspective will be led by those prejudices, and probably the picture that you want to actually research out from the problem statement that you have taken in your hand may not be reached. So, these are again, we see that they are not only something that can be taught in any classroom, but these are certain things that you have to have inherent in yourself. That yes, I am trying to interview this person, but if I say that I will go into a very formal mode and try to get some information, and that will act as a contribution to my research, may not work. But yes, by an informal cup of tea, over a cup of tea, you can get a lot of insights into that problem specific statements and then start working onto it. So these are how the things works into qualitative research. So when we talk about this, our sampling in this qualitative research matters a lot, because here, as I told, that over a cup of tea, you may explore a lot many things over there. So typically we say that we are going for a purposeful or theoretical sampling rather than some random sampling over there, because you know that this is the source from where I can get certain inputs for the research, and that might actually be some insight into the direction in which I'm looking for my problem statement. Researchers select participants or case based on their relevance and potential to provide rich and diverse insight related to the research questions. The sample size in qualitative research is often smaller, as we started earlier, compared to the quantitative research, as the focus is on depth rather than the generalizability. Here, when we talk about quantitative research, we say that we have a large population and then we take a sample, and from that sample we do certain statistics and we draw certain inferences. So we are trying to do what? We are trying to do the generalizability in that case. But when we talk about qualitative research, in qualitative research, you are not focusing on generalizing certain things, but you are trying to go in depth to that problem statement with maybe a smaller set of sample size. Again, data analysis. Here in qualitative data analysis, it will involve process of organizing, coding and interpreting the collected data. Then you may apply again certain statistical procedures. You can go for, as we saw, that you can go for this thematic content or grounded theory, identify patterns and that are merging out within the data, and your goal will be to uncover underlying meanings and connections between different elements of the data. Next is the reflexivity and subjectivity. Now here the qualitative research acknowledges the role of researcher in the research process. As I told you that as a researcher, when you are dealing with that particular research problem, your how you acknowledge the role of researcher in the research becomes very important, because researchers are encouraged to reflect their own biases. So if I'm interviewing you for my some research findings, and I have made my mind that my research should lead to this findings only, probably while interviewing you, I may try to add my own biases to that, my own assumptions to that, that may dilute the actual perspective of the individual whom I am trying to gather the information. So if you are really expecting to get results out of your qualitative research, you have to ensure that you do not impose your biases and assumptions and your perspectives, because if you do that, then it is going to influence your data collection also and your analysis also, because you will create questionnaires for interviews that is influenced by your biases and assumptions. You will do the analysis in that direction only, and probably that may not reflect the real picture of the problem in statement. So this reflexivity helps maintain if we are doing this kind of things, like if we are trying to have this kind of reflections into it, it will not help you to maintain the transparency. So if you are keeping away all these things and then try to collect the data, then it will help you to maintain the transparency and maintain the credibility and trustworthiness of the findings that you are doing into your research. Then reporting and representation will go all descriptive in case of the qualitative research, and the goal will be to provide a comprehensive and contextualized account of the phenomena under study, rather than reducing it to some numerical summaries. In quantitative research, you will see that one table, a graph or something regarding the research objective will speak a lot, but when it comes to qualitative research, then you need to have a comprehensive outcome onto it in a descriptive manner. The concept of measurement in qualitative research, thus we see it revolves around understanding, interpreting and representing the complexities of the human experiences and social phenomena, because you are dealing one to one over there and you are trying to collect it in that format. But if I say that yes, I have collected data in a quantitative manner, then these are the facts which are being captured. So as such, analyzing that will be something very different to what we do it into a qualitative research. It involves capturing the rich description, exploring meanings and embracing subjectivity to provide a deeper understanding of the research topic. So while we are doing that, we have to understand that there are certain factors which impact these things. One of the such factors is the causality. So when we look at the factors into consideration, we have to understand that causality is going to tell a lot about those factors, because it refers to the relationship between cause and effect, where how one event or factor brings upon a subsequent impact onto another event or outcome. So while we are discussing onto the various factors, causality is going to tell us how these factors are interdependent on each other, how they affect or influence the causes or changes to other events or variables. Also, establishing causality is a fundamental goal in many fields of research, including science, social science, medicine, because it helps us to understand the relationship between different phenomena. So, if you are talking about one event taking place, then that one event will be somewhere relating to the occurrence of another one or impacting the other event over there. So, how you are capturing this causality effect and then trying to produce it into your research has to be mentioned over there. And here again, while you are if you are not projecting the causality effect, and if your reviewer asks question onto that, at least you have to be careful enough to tell that you have assumed that this effect is this cause effect is been kept neutral in this particular research study over there. So these things you have to take care over there, because definitely the one who is reviewing your research, he will have a broader understanding of the topic, and he will always relate what will be the effect of this particular thing onto the, because they are interrelated onto the another event, another variable, another factor, and how you justify that. So at least even if that may not be the part of your study, you can always show that yes, you have neutralized these factors, you have kept certain constants, and then you have proceeded further into your study. So every minute thing that you do into your research, and that measurements are going to speak about all those constants and variables that you are taking care of it. So while you are looking for the criteria for causality, to establish causality, the following criteria need to be considered. First is the correlation, that there should be some correlation association between the presumed cause and effect. So here correlation implies the change in one variable are accompanied by changes in another variable. So how correlation alone does not establish causality, as other factors may be responsible for observed relationship. This also you need to justify over there, because always you cannot say okay, this one variable is impacting it, or there is a cause effect analysis based on only one or two variables over here impacting it, but there might be other factors also. So what are those other factors? In your research you should be able to list those factors and tell that yes, this is how the causality is been described over here. Then while you're defining the causality, the temporal order also matters. Now what we mean by temporal order, that when the cause which we say that it may precede or affect in time. So what is the possibility that if one variable is affecting at this particular set of time, then what will be its impact on the other variable, and other variable, is it going to cause any other reverse causality onto the first variable? All those, whether it goes into a cyclic manner, whether it goes in a sequential format, all those temporal orders has to be taken into consideration. Also, often when you deal with problem statement related to time series, then in that case these things has to be taken in very properly into the temporal order, because that speaks a lot about how the things are going to impact your research findings. And most of the problem statements you will see in any of the area, they might include problem statements related to time series. So you have to be careful about those also. Another criteria for causality is the covariation, and how you define the relationship between the two variables and how they covary together, that you define with the covariation. Then also you also think about confounding variables. Yesterday we discussed that there are certain variables that may contribute to your research, which we call them as a confounding variable, and how they are acting on the your primary variables. Two primary variables will be different, but a compounding variable is impacting. So this non-super impact of the causality has also to be identified into your problem statement. Then possible mechanism that can lead to the effect has also to be studied, that yes, this is these are the plausible things that is possible, and you have taken into consideration for your causality. Understanding the underlying mechanism supports the idea of causality and provides a theoretical rationale for the relationship. Also here when you look at this word rational, you also think about about your research, because when usually when format is given for you to prepare your research proposal, initially you speak about the rationale of your research in with respect to some say at local level. You also think about the rationale of that problem statement with effect to a state level, country level, or maybe at a global level. And then when you are trying to set up on a causality with this set of events into your research problem, this will help you to understand that yes, I am looking at the plausible mechanisms which are helping me to explain the causes that can lead to the various effect at the different levels of rationals that I am considering over here. Then experimental evidences, in some cases the researcher can conduct experiment to establish causality also. So if you want to do certain experiments, particularly in the field of like lab based experiments are there you can you have to understand certain associativity also at that time also you can take this experimental evidences and try to represent the causality for your data. So it is important to note that establishing causality is often complex and challenging process, and while meeting these criteria you strengthen the arguments for causality, and it does not guarantee absolute proof. That also you have to remember. So in your research, whatever the field it is, you use a combination of experimental studies, observational studies, statistical analysis, and theoretical frameworks to build a body of evidence that supports the causal relationship. So the moment if under this different heads, if you are trying to project the causality into your problem statement, you will see that the way you are going to impress the project, your presentations, all this will be at a very different level. You yourself, when you start preparing your report, pre-synopsis report, you will start understanding that yes, these are certain things which I need to take into account, because these are things which are impacting in a temporal manner, or these are the variables which are impacting from one event to another event. All this will be a very beautiful kind of relationships that you will be identifying between the various causal effects in your study. While we do our measurements in qualitative or quantitative research also, the credibility is very much important. What we mean by credibility, it is the degree of believability and trustworthiness. So if you have done certain findings, and if you want to say that in my findings you should believe into my findings, then what is the degree that one should believe into your findings, why one should trust your findings? That speaks about the credibility. So whatever the measurements and metrics that you are going to use, that will define that how you are going to defend the credibility of the work that you have in your. So to enhance the credibility in your qualitative research, you employ techniques such as triangularization, member checking, peer debriefing, all this, because in quantitative research it is very easy that yes, you have a set of formulas, you have the data, you have facts and figures, and you are doing it. But when it comes to qualitative research, then in that case not only one angle but multiple angles of that same problem statements you are trying to evaluate. You check with a different set of members, control groups, peer groups, you do debriefing with your peers, and the moment you start doing debriefing with your peers, you come to get a lot of inputs from them, and you understand different perspectives of different researchers, and you ensure that robustness and accuracy of your findings are brought into there, and that will bring into the credibility of your findings. The more and more you discuss in this, often people, if you see, there are two types of researchers. Set of people that I have done my research, I have got some findings, and now I wind up and the submission is done. True researcher is one who is not in a hurry to do the submission, but is in a process of discussing, particularly in qualitative research, that is going to add more and more angles to his qualitative research. Because if you say that I am doing a study where I want to say that X thing is beautiful, then X thing is beautiful, then what is the definition of beauty? Usually it is said that beauty lies in the eyes of the one who sees. So for everybody, for me, something that is beautiful may not be beautiful for you. Something that is beautiful for you may not be beautiful for me. So there are different dimensions when you start looking at the attributes associated with the word beauty. So the moment you start putting your problem statement with the different angles and do peer debriefing, you'll see that different perspectives will be captured, and then in at least acceptable, because here we are discussing about the credibility. So at least at an acceptable or degree of believability and trustworthiness, you are trying to propose your findings over there. Dependability. Dependability focuses on the consistency and the stability of the research process and findings over time. So you might have seen that there are certain research, particularly in the field of medical, you will see that a lot of consistency is being maintained over a long period of time, and the stability of the research is also ensured over a period of time, and you start trusting more and more into those findings, and you start believing into that. So while we say that we are ensuring dependability, basically what we mean that the researchers has a proper way of documenting their process, their decisions and actions in detail, and allowing for transparency and enabling others to assess the trustworthiness of the research. So the moment you say that you are engaged into a research which requires consistency and stability over a period of time, then in that case you ensure that you have a defined process. Even if you do research, research for some it can be a dedication for life, that I am doing research in this field. Getting PhD degree is just a formality. Usually we say that if I am awarded with PhD degree, the day I am awarded with PhD degree is the day that I am declared that I am researcher. My actual research starts from the day when my PhD degree is awarded, because the process of obtaining PhD degree from of my pre-synopsis phase of finding the research problem to registration, and then getting my degree awarded. This is a complete phase, a cycle which I undergo to understand what is research. And the day when I'm awarded with the PhD degree, I have understood that yes, when it comes to research, what is the process that I'm adopting, how the decisions are taken, how the actions in details are to be produced. When I do my research, how the transparency in my research has to be incorporated. All these things you're trained with, and now yes, your dedication to the field of research in your domain will start from that day, that yes, you're trained with the award of PhD degree, and now you are set to do a lot of research into it. So if you are into that kind of mindset of doing the research, that you have to ensure this, all this process, decisions and actions actually contribute to some great findings in future also. Conformability, it is concerned with the objectivity and neutrality of the research process. Qualitative research engages in reflexivity, where it critically examines your own biases, assumptions and values that may influence the findings. So while we say that we are going for confirming certain results, you ensure that you are not overly influenced by the researchers' perspectives, or your perspective. You are not trying to impose it or trying to influence onto it. You just go into an unbiased mode of finding the conformability for your research. Also, yesterday we discussed a lot on this generalization and replication. In your qualitative research, again, replication is about demonstrating rigor, trustworthiness, applicability of the findings, checking out for your enhancement of credibility, dependability and conformability. So overall, in qualitative research, generalization is aimed at achieving theoretical transferability rather than the statistical representativeness. So with the examples that we went through right now, we just try to understand these things only, that we are achieving theoretical transferability rather than the statistical, because statistical representativeness, we saw that it comes into our quantitative research approach. So these practices, they contribute a lot to the body of knowledge grounded in rich context-specific insights. And when this context-specific insights are obtained, you can publish your papers, and then maybe when you get remarks of your reviewers. See, often when it is qualitative research and you publish your paper with the findings into your qualitative research, and you send that paper for review, often you may get very varied comments onto the paper. But when you get that comments, even if your paper is rejected, I will suggest you that you should not dishearten yourself, because you did that qualitative research based on your I'll say initially, if it has been rejected, then maybe it might be your own biases, your prejudices that has reflected into your research. But the moment you whenever if you send it to any good conference or journal, you'll see that they send a very descriptive reason for why they have rejected your paper. Go through every single word of that, and that will help you to refine your thing. I'll say that when you submit any paper and you have got it rejected once, you get it, the comments, you refine your paper, you go for another, refine it. You'll see over a period of refinement that takes place, it will be actually grounded in rich and context. You will be grounded in the rich and context specific insight from this different reviewers, and then you will be at least at some extent, rather than going into more specific, you will be up to some extent able to put your qualitative research into a phase of generalization in that. So this is how it works. So your paper submissions are actually going to be some kind of very good inputs. In quantitative, it is very easy. Anybody can comment that, okay, these are the facts, this is the findings. But in qualitative, the comments from the reviewer, even if your paper is rejected, remember, read that comments very carefully, try to improve it, and then resubmit your paper. Maybe not this journal, to some other journal. And often you'll see that good journals, if they see depth in your, or they believe in the work that you have done, they will put you through a series of process of reviewing your paper. They will guide you that how you need to further refine your paper, and that helps a lot when you have got a qualitative approach for your research submission. Next, we will see that when it comes to research, not only qualitative or only quantitative approach, but you often will have to take a mixed approach for your problem solving. So with one example, one small example, we will try to understand that when we start merging qualitative and quantitative approach, how exactly it works. Let us take an example where we say that we want to investigate the effectiveness of school-based intervention program on improving the academic performance and student well-being. So there we will use both the approaches, that is the quantitative and the qualitative approach. Now first, when we talk about the quantitative approach, what is the component in quantitative approach that we are going to see is that the quantitative component of the study focuses on measuring and analyzing numerical data related to the academic performance. Because here what we are looking for, effectiveness of school-based intervention program on improving the academic performance and student well-being. So here performance is one factor that we are looking at, and so numerical data related to the academic performance. So it is very easily possible. You can talk about certain mark-based systems that you have captured to understand the academic performance, maybe your midterm test, your semester examinations, or your CAT performance. All this can be considered. Researchers may design a pre-test and post-test experimental study where the randomly assigned participating schools into two groups, like an intervention group and a control group is formed. The intervention group receives the program while the control group does not. Both groups academic performance data, that is test scores, grades, are collected before and after the intervention period. So with this entire process, what we have done, we have tried to capture the quantitative components into our the problem statement in our hand. Now, once this data that we captured, or the components that we identified that we need to capture it into the quantitative format, we apply data analysis techniques such as statistical test in the form of t-test, ANOVA or regression analysis can be used to examine the difference in academic performance between the intervention group and the control groups. These analyses can provide insights into the quantitative impact of the intervention on the academic outcomes. Now, when you look at the qualitative component of the same research, here the study might be focusing on understanding the experiences of and perceptions of the students, teachers and parents regarding the intervention program. That certain students, teachers, parents may feel that yes, it is very good to have intervention program. Some may say that not required, whatever is there in the syllabus you just focus on to that, let us go ahead with that, why to waste time into this. There can be mixed opinions about the intervention program that is being conducted. So the researcher may conduct in-depth interviews, focus groups or open-ended surveys with the participants from the intervention group. Then the qualitative data analysis techniques like thematic analysis, content analysis, then identifying the patterns, trends and insights into the qualitative data can be performed. We saw all those things right now. And this analysis might help the participant, the researcher to explore how the participant's perspective about the program's impact on the student well-being, engagement and other overall experiences of the intervention takes place. So here in the first part, when we saw the quantitative component, our objective over there was academic performance, which is captured in the form of some quantitative test scores or grades in that format. The other part of the study was that student well-being. The moment you come to the student well-being, now you see that here we required the qualitative component. Objective was that you have to identify the impact of the intervention onto this group who are taking this intervention program over there. So the well-being was one component and your performance, academic performance was another component. See, the moment you start defining your problem statement, then and there itself, what is the objective that you are setting? That objective itself is going to tell you that yes, in this I have applied I will require qualitative approach, I will require a quantitative approach. But yes, if I look at the variables that I have taken in framing my research objective, it demands that I need to have a mixed approach, because this component of my research objective will be evaluated using the quantitative approach. This objective in the, like in this case, academic performance using quantitative and student well-being using the qualitative approach. So see, when you are defining your research problem, be very specific in defining your problem statement. So your understanding of quantitative and qualitative research measure or qualitative measurements is clear, how the things proceed is clear, and how you formulate your research objective is clear. It will help you to understand that yes, I have done a proper justification to explain that this is my research problem and I am going to apply quantitative approach, or this is my research problem, qualitative or a merged approach will be applied onto it, because I understand my problem statement, I understand the variables, the subject matter into the problem statement. Okay, so once you have got all the information through quantitative measurements, through your qualitative measurements, you can start analyzing the data, and then you can integrate it at different stages depending upon your problem statements. You can go and again provide comprehensive understanding of your research questions. You may also compare the quantitative outcome with the qualitative insights to explore any convergent or divergent patterns if there are any into your studies, because often quantitative outcomes may speak something very differently, because these are just the numbers, but qualitative insights will have a lot many things to be brought into to explain why this things or the numbers that are being captured into the quantitative outcomes are of this nature, or why they are diverging from the pattern. For instance, if the quantitative data might indicate a significant improvement in academic performance for the intervention group compared to the control group, then in that case, the qualitative data on the other hand may reveal nuanced factors contributing to this improvement, such as increased motivation, improved teacher-student relationship, or more supportive learning environment. These are certain factors which you will be able to relate while you start trying to integrate both the approaches, that is quantitative and qualitative approach. Also, the researcher can then synthesize findings to present a comprehensive picture of the intervention impact in this example. Also, the insight can help you to conceptualize, provide deeper explanation for the quantitative results, offering a holistic understanding of the program's effectiveness. Because if your academic grades are improving, then why they have improved, how they are improved, their entire data in the form of test score is there. Suppose some you have a set of students who were scoring average marks, and now after this intervention program they are able to have an over and above average scoring, then it is helping you to understand that yes, how this has impacted due to the intervention program that was brought in. So by merging quantitative and qualitative approaches, the study can provide both statistical evidences of the intervention impact on the academic performance, as well as understanding underlying mechanism that is associated with the program's implementation, and therefore contributing to the well-being of the student. So with this, I conclude the discussion on to quantitative and qualitative research. I hope like when you will look at your problem statement, now it will help you to at least understand up to some extent. Maybe with more and more example, it will be more easy for you to go ahead to understand this. But at least you will be in a position to understand that yes, if I am doing research with this problem statement, I have to take a quantitative approach or a qualitative approach or mixed approach will be required, because this is what I understand are the variables which can be captured only qualitatively, which needs to be captured quantitatively only, and then this two has to be merged together to explain how I have satisfied my research objective. Okay, so any questions on this? Hello.
There is one.
One.
Hello.
Yes. Yes,
Hear
I
me?
am able. Your voice is breaking, but please continue.
Ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, like, thank you so much again. Like, yeah, you can hear me, ma'am.
Yes, I am able to hear you.
I'm so sorry for the network. Yeah. The thing is that, ma'am, like, see, mashallah, like, you have clearly described everything in detail, but my question for entrance, right? Now, like, this is a refreshment course, and we are trying to prepare for the entrance for PhD. I believe, like, we have to go in so much of depth for the MCQs and all.
See, I am not involved in your. Yeah, I have no idea that who will be setting your paper or how it will be. But I am trying to cover the topic with the intention that cracking your entrance is one aspect, and fulfilling your research objective is another aspect. So if you understand how your research objective is to be met by the, see, I am going through the syllabus, whatever syllabus that has been given to me, I'm going through the syllabus content. I'm not, only thing is that I am elaborating it to the so that when you look at the question that appears into your exam, you don't have doubt because you have examples in front of you, and then you are able to take the appropriate answer over there, because you understood that when I'm talking about suppose you have 4 options, that whether this thing happens in qualitative research, this happens or this happens. At least when you read those statement, you see that you have gone through the example and it helps you to understand, okay, this happens in qualitative research, but it does not happen. The second point does not happen. So if I have to tick all of the above or any one of this, at least I am sure that yes, this happens, this does not happen. So I think for because see, it is research methodology, so your question paper will be of the nature which will try to capture your understanding about the research methodology. So I don't see any harm into it, that because I have seen a lot of presentations and I myself is not satisfied with most of the presentations that are given, because when it comes to appearing exam, if the things are not understood, then you make mistake in giving the answer, because those are of, if I have no idea about how your exam will be there, but in general I'm telling that when any exam on research methodology is there, the questions are more of descriptive natures, that you have to read and you have to understand the process that actually went on. So the moment you have a clarity onto that, it will help you, and clarity comes with example. So it is up to you, if you have if you can if you want to go through the elaborated content, you can go through it. My objective is not here about only your exam cracking. See, if you have elaborated knowledge, definitely your exam cracking will be very easy. My objective here is also that once you clear your pet exam, I see many student like on phone also I discuss with lot of students, and I find sometimes helpless because they don't understand the procedure itself, like defining your problem statement, how you have to proceed to define your problem statement, how you have to proceed with, and then you just look out for guides, and then the guide then keeps telling you that, because you don't spend time only because even your guide, because the process is something like that, that you have option of 4 guides, he will be having limited seat, his area will be different, and then you have to work on to something. But which guide will say that yes, I want this student with me, the one who shows that yes, I understand the problem statement, this is how the methodology I'm looking forward, and this is how specific I'm moving towards it. Often most of the students, they go into very generalized manner for their problem statement, and then even the guide sees that okay, I will have to work a lot on him, let me give a thought on this happens with most of the student. So considering all those things, I have objective not only your exam, but also that yes, when you start with your problem statement, you go somewhere conclusive in at least some appropriate manner, you take an approach towards the research methodology, and come to, because I have seen students, they are not able to answer even simple question, okay, what approach will go, quantitative or qualitative, then they look at the ceiling over there, what should I tell, then they say quantitative, and simply if I say, are you sure you'll go for quantitative, then they'll say no madam, I'll go for qualitative. Pakka qualitative, then they'll say no madam, I think it will be quantitative and qualitative both, but I understand he doesn't have the understanding of nor the qualitative or nor quantitative over there. So this should not be the state, this is the objective, but it's all up to you how much you want to grasp.
No, ma'am, it's actually up to the time, like the time is less and we got a vast thing to cover. That's the reason I asked you this. But anyways, thank you so much. Okay, and secondly, like I couldn't attend the first few, I think 1 or 2 slides when you covered the books, I was stuck up in meeting. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just show the books. You are from which domain?
I'm from pharmaceutical sciences. I'm applying for that one.
Okay.
Okay.
I had shown like one student yesterday, she had asked me about some books in computer science.
Nemo. Okay,
Huh.
computer. No. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and like these are certain general books also, like in research method design and analysis. So these are in general the craft of research or doing research in the real world. So these are certain general books in addition to computer specific also. I showed some books regarding physics also. For pharmacy, you can connect to some pharmacy expert over there. They help, but there are in every subject there are certain good books. If from your researcher, from your expert, if you can get that books, that will help you a lot. Because that it helps you to relate how you should proceed in your field.
Okay, and ma'am, my question is next to admin because we had like requested for this thing and for the slides for the PPTs, by the speakers, and nobody has shared it to us. So if admin is listening to me, please can I know by when can we receive the presentations of the speakers? Maybe.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. The processing actually everything is being recorded and it is being saved. So I believe once the sessions are over, it would be sent all together, all the recordings.
Because sir, like by that time, like the days are approaching, we have less than a week, and like if we wait for all the speakers, it will be too much on the last day also.
What I will do, at least with respect to my PPTs, no, I'll upload my PPTs onto my ResearchGate profile, and I'll share the link with you all. I'll give the link to the at least he can mail you so that at least you can download those PPTs and go through it.
Great, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Very,
Can I say
Any
one
other
thing?
question?
Dr. Chitra,
Yes, please.
can I suggest something?
Yes,
Can you
please.
put a link on the message? It will be quite. Hello.
Where to message? Where to message it?
On the right now, the team's having the message section, chat section. You can put your link in chat section.
Okay. Right now, for me, this entire team's appearance has gone blank. I'm not able, I'm just able to hear the voice. I'm having a white screen in front of me. Nothing is visible to me. I don't know why.
Can I?
Or I'll do one thing. I'll log out and I'll log in again, and then I'll check if I'm able to see something. Because right now, a complete white screen is there in front of me.
Okay.
I'm not able
Yeah.
to see anything over here. Or tomorrow I'll just paste the link over there.
Yes, ma'am. It actually sometimes happens when you actually are presenting and when you switch it off, switch the presentation off. Sometimes it.
Yes.
But yes, we'll put forward your queries to all the participants. We'll put forward your queries and hopefully we'll be sending you the links very soon.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay.
Okay. Are there any more queries? Okay. So I think Dr. Chitra ma'am, shall we close this session for today? I think there are no more queries.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Am I audible? Hello, sir.
Yes, you
Yes.
are audible.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't attend the first two lectures. I want also this link.
Yes. Already mentioned that we are recording all the sessions and we are going to send you the links. So please be
Okay.
patient. It would be reaching you very soon. Yes.
Hello. On mail,
Okay.
sir.
Yes, on email.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Okay,
so
thank you all.
again, Professor Dr. Chitra Desai ma'am for sharing your valuable experience and the session was extremely useful and hope the students would benefit out
I
of it.
hope it went slow today.
Yes, yes, it was wonderful, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh.
So thank you, ma'am, once again, and we'll see you again in the next session.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
thank you to all the participants for joining in.
Tomorrow I have a small request that tomorrow I have another meeting at 8 o'clock. So tomorrow's session I will end 10 minutes before, like by around 7:50 I will end tomorrow's session because I need to join another meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Sure, ma'am.
So I hope it will be fine with everybody.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you everyone. Thank you, Dr. Desai ma'am, once again, and thank you all the participants for joining in. So we'll see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.